Hey guys, I'm back again with another stream of Horizon Forbidden West. Hope you guys doing well. इसके टाइम पे एकदम 10 बजे फ्री वैसे हो गए. Okay, so start actually ट्रेलर चालू करें. और क्या था? हाँ, इसके बढ़िया जगह पे हम परमिट किए थे. अच्छी स्टोरी चल रही थी.
Just a few favorites
हाँ
from
अभी
our
अरे इसका
collection.
वो क्लोन को उठा गया.
Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Beta and Gaia are gone. And
Beta
you
और
want me to look
Gaia.
at old paintings?
Don't be so...
वो जीनत थी कोई वो लेडीज को उठा के ले आए थे ना, किया था. ये पिरामिड जैसा.
There you are. Feeling better?
हाँ
How did you
चिल्डा
find this? At the cauldron?
चिल्डा इसको लेके आई थी.
And what did you do to everyone right before I passed out?
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for my little trick, it was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
This was your house. The one you recreated for Beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen...
Incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand. To be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
Even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, Sit down. There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere, remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Not if I stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Regala and her rebels.
Even now, she's preparing a final march on the Tenakth capital. When she wins, she'll have the entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Yes, he's found a way to circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way. One that only I know about. While Silence and my friends are busy battling each other, we'll take back Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you. I mean it.
My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it?
When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation. After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you. That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more.
Did you show it to the others?
Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the cauldron. You'd be dead.
So I should be grateful?
If you like.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be. But her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
So this channel you shared with Beta, None of the other Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes, though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
She felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
So you know all about me. What about you?
What would you like to know?
Well, start with your life on Earth.
When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city. Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school. Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control.
Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh?
Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence. From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own.
You were a spy?
More like a service one could turn to for information. I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out.
What happened when Far Zenith approached you?
They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. At the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a berth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know.
So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late?
I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality. It wasn't life. it was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance.
To do what?
Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Farzenith's original vision. A better future for humanity.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed. That you came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done. It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities. It took a cataclysm to finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time. We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. Always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates? Not so much. He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus. By tapping them, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of override technology, the arming of Tanakh rebels, and the secret pact with Regala to attack Gerard's base.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it and the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
Regala's only interested in killing Hekarro and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
It's the price she must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hekarro.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot, is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me. Tell me about Elizabeth. What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning. A touchy subject in those days. Because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step. An AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life. Not just follow orders.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated. And I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't, but she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized she knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling. First Varl. Now Hekaro and the Tanakh. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
If it looks impossible, look deeper. Wait. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
Impossible. We might be detected.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tanakh survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it. What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they
Hello there,
run
Natu.
simulations to induce feelings of isolation.
Welcome to the
and
stream.
despair.
Thanks for joining.
Beta, can you hear me?
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra protection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise. Okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take Silent's army away. I don't need it. Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
Only option for what? What did you tell her?
That is between me and my sister. Will be Silent's only option for crashing that base. I'll tell you the rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regala's rebellion. From the air.
Wait. Since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenat. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regala's army and they'll receive quite a surprise. So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring silence to the table.
Not if. When.
Completed in the
are you there?
world that remains.
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Return to the base.
Okay, we'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
Okay, swimming pool था. Swimming pool ही था. हाँ. ये रिटर्स. Infinity है सब. नीचे से दिखता भी था जैसे. यहाँ से. रिसोर्ट था नहीं. किसी का घर था ऐसे. बढ़िया बनाया है.
Just to let you know, I'm...
फर्स्ट ट्रैवल हो नहीं रहा था मुझे लगा. डायलॉग खत्म होने के बाद फिर भी. अभी भी नहीं
patched
हो
into your focus network.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
फास्ट ट्रैवल पे पड़े तो हैं इतने सारे. Still I can fast travel. एक मिनट, ये जगह देखनी है मुझे. ये बार था क्या? ये किसी का घर ही था. मेंशन था. आई थिंक सो. पसीना जैसा. ये कौन सी जगह आ गई? बाद में आना होगा यहाँ पे कुछ करना. आई थिंक वहीं से हम आए थे ना. इसको सर इसी रूम में रखा था. यहाँ सब ये सब खंडर जैसा बड़ा है. ये कहाँ से इतना है फ्रेश नाश्ता ब्रेकफास्ट वगैरह लाई. Isn't that concern? How did she get all these things? Okay. ओ मिनी थिएटर भी है यहाँ पे. किसी का मेंशन ही नहीं. मेंशन ना स्पेशल. तो ठीक है. कल भी पता नहीं ऐसा हो रहा था. टेलीपोर्ट नहीं मार पा रहा था. आग लगा दी, आग लगा दी. ओके. अभी हो रहा है. अच्छा आई थिंक ये इसके जैसा है. टीपी जैसा वंस ह्यूमन में था ना. आसपास कुछ टेलीपोर्ट का वो होना चाहिए. टावर वगैरह. आई सी. ऐसा ही लग रहा है मेरे को. नेक्स्ट टाइम अभी करके देखते हैं. वेस्टर्न हो पता ही नहीं. बिना उसके आसपास हो तो ये कहीं से भी कर सकते हैं. नहीं पता नहीं क्या है. देखते हैं अभी. यहाँ पे कुछ कांड हो गया.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regala is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kutalo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regala's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So,
अच्छा वो बेचारा वेल मर गया ना उसका, सबको दुख है। ये तो भूल ही गया मैं। कल उसको मशीन ने मार दिया। नहीं मशीन उसने मारा
After we
ना,
lost
जीनत
contact with
ने।
you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them, they took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... At least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths and get Beta and Gaia back. But first, we're going to stop Regala.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regala's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important.
बेचारे जो को बहुत दुख हुआ होगा, उसका लवर मर गया। अभी तो लव स्टोरी स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुई थी, शुरू होते ही खत्म हो गई।
If the Banuk can survive freezing, so can I.
कौन सी जगह है?
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plains Zone and further east to the Nora Sacred Lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Bala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Bala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds. As burdens wither, roots Leaves rot in snow. Still the sea rises as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, Aloy.
हैं?
I was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini.
ये
Instead,
प्रेग्नेंट भी है, इसके बच्चे की माँ बनने वाली है, मर गई बेचारा.
I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them. I'll try to visit again when I can. But for now, I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on a sunwing and get ready for an entrance Regala will never forget.
वाह क्या सीन है. Prep the sunwing over. Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna clean my gear later. I can do yours if you want.
I cleaned it already.
Yeah, of course. Don't mention it.
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
Just you wait, Varl. They're taking those space slugs down.
Okay, I need to find a sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain.
लड़के नहीं कहाँ अटक गए थे.
Good. There are sunwings up here. We'll have to approach them quietly. Its wings look like they can catch the sunlight. Probably a fast flyer, too. Got it.
ओके हमने ओवरराइड इसका बना लिया, इसको करने का कि इसको ड्राइव करना। ये सही है। अभी ये वाले मशीन्स पे हो गए ओवरराइड हमसे, फॉर्मूला मिल गया हमें। तो रट्टू ऐसे ही कुछ नाम था ना वो। एवेटार में क्या ना वो, ऐसे ही कुछ नाम है। इसको लेकर उड़ना होता था। बड़े वाले बर्ड को वो कंट्रोल करता है जो, फिर उसको सब राजा मानने लगते थे। सही यार, उड़ने वाला एक्सपीरियंस।
I'm in the air.
Then you'll want to pick up an energy cell on one of the ancient Horus Titans. But first you must
Sexy दिख
send
रहा
out
है।
a pulse to activate them. I've sent you the necessary
इससे
software.
कैसे
To deploy it, you'll have
optimize
to override one of the communication machines.
देखा इसका
referred
पंख
to as
जैसे सोलर
tallnecks.
पैनल जैसे दिख रही है।
There's one in the middle of the desert that should do nicely.
On it.
गजब का गेम बनाया है। ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा कि वो गेम खेल रहा, मतलब इन्फॉर्मेशन ये सब हटा दे, ये हुड वगैरह ये सब हेल्थ बार ऐसा ही लगेगा कि मूवी चल रही है।
Need to get on top of its head. Know how to land this thing.
इसको ऊपर लैंड करना है। अच्छा ये लैंड का ऑप्शन दे रखे हैं।
Made it.
अच्छा इसको भी वो रेड करना है। सही है, इतने बड़े मशीन को भी ओवरराइड कर
Okay,
सकते हैं।
Tilda. Up over in the tall neck.
Good. And the energy cells are now primed. Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position. Dropping it on Regala's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I wanted it.
Waves is very next to select a flying mount or okay. हाँ मैं उड़ते हुए कैसे पकड़ेगा? ओह
Get used to that.
कैरी करने का तरीका थोड़ा कैजुअल। यहाँ किधर है हॉरस एनर्जी से? सेक्सी डिटेल दे रखी है वो तो इसमें। ये कौन मार रहा है? ओह इनकी यहाँ तक रेंज है। पता ना बनाया है ये लोग। सैल्यूट है डेवलपर को। गेम यार बहुत मैं लेट खेल रहा हूँ, खेलना चाहिए था। काइंड ऑफ मास्टरपीस है ये। तो कोई स्टटर ऐसा हुआ नहीं। कल एक थोड़ा सा लोचा हो गया था बीच में, गेम अटक गया था। स्टील मैन हाईली ऑप्टिमाइज है पीसी के लिए, और सिर्फ हाई क्वालिटी में ये सब इतना अच्छा दिख रहा है। वेरी अल्ट्रा पे तो क्या ही दिखेगा।
Got the cell. Now on to the grove.
के अभी कहाँ
This
जाना?
from the tall neck should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should
Right
be
to the
able to
memorial
get
grove.
the Horus
Okay.
supply to. Be useful. Even after I deal with Regala.
फोग वगैरह की क्या सेक्सी डिटेल दे रखी है। ये ब्लू लाइट आ रही है, मतलब ऐसा ऐसा sun shafts, sun lenses. गजब की डिटेल दे रखी है यहाँ पर। देखो फोक की क्या डिटेल्स दे रखी है, कुछ भी ऐसा आर्टिफिशियल ऐसा कुछ लग ही नहीं रहा। प्रॉपर मूवी जैसा लग रहा है, एकदम सिनेमैटिक एक्सपीरियंस। जैसे गेम्स नहीं खेलता होगा उसके लिए तो एकदम रियलिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस है। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे एनिमेशन मूवी देख रहे हो।
Regardless inside, Kara will soon be dead. It's all over, Chaplain.
I gotta drop it now. Here goes.
अच्छा EMP ग्रेनेड था ना।
It's Aloy. She flies on the wings of the Ten. The tide has turned. Push through!
End of the line, Kara. Now on your knees, and I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
What? How's that possible?
Regala! Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me.
Easy to say when you're atop a machine.
Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down.
Fine. I accept your challenge. And once I'm done with you, I'll get to finish the slaughter.
We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
You will leave no tails behind!
ईटिंग करती है तुम, लाते मार।
Alright, so that's how it's gonna be.
इसने मास्क खतरनाक है, रेड वाला। ओ पूरा जमीन है, प्लेटफॉर्म तोड़ दिया पूरा।
This is where it ends!
Yeah, it is.
Your skin shall part! Your blood shall flow!
अरे वो कुछ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक है उसका ये हमारी कमी नहीं फट से खड़ी नहीं हो रही खड़ी होने नहीं तो मारे जा रही Hello, so-called spider. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Okay, finally.
Here I am again, on my knees before booblets and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
Shut your mouth.
If you say while there it is 0 likes. I don't know.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the 10. You
No idea.
challenged her by our rights. You must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse. She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die.
Want support? There's another better.
After all that you've done, I can't let you live.
Finally.
It's not about the support, man. I'm just doing this for fun, you know. Whatever I'm playing, I just stream it. I don't care if anybody shows up or not. If you want to see, just join the stream.
Blood for blood.
Wherever you want to come or go,
Guess that's over.
it's up to you.
Chief, there's something you both need to see. In the throne room.
Wait, won't trade. Like I said, I'm not much into these things.
He surrendered
I just
to our
stream it for
guards
fun.
outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regala.
Let me help you out.
Stated.
It's for
I'm
her,
not
Mom.
helpless.
From an interested party.
Everybody's welcome. If you like the stream, then you
I'm gonna need some privacy.
can
Clear the
subscribe
room.
to the channel. That's
Put
it.
him with the rest of Regala's soldiers.
If you don't want to subscribe, that's also no good.
I'll see you back at base.
No need to chat or anything. Just enjoy the stream.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with
No
your
any
mission.
kind of demands.
No. With Regala gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of.
इनके क्वेश्चन की डिटेल्स खत्म है ये तो वही देखते रहता हूँ.
Then at least allow me to give you this. Regala's bow.
Wait, कल कम.
May you always strike true.
Eh? वेट कल काम करके देती हूँ. कल काम करके देती हूँ. काम करके या काम करके? What you want to say? I don't understand.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory.
Finally, silence is here, guys.
For a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need it to knock the army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Aloy.
स्टोरी तो खतरनाक दे रखी है गेम की.
Think about the enemy we're up against.
More than you,
Really
hiding
enjoying
whatever
it.
hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship. So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late.
Don't be late.
Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board. So head to my base.
Impressive. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Singularity.
Alright,
Okay.
I'm gonna see-
Return to the base. नहीं हो रहा फर्स्ट. अभी ना मैं ये कैंप फायर के पास जाके देखता हूँ फर्स्ट होता है या नहीं.
That's how good of a fight it was, my friend. Carl keeps his head. Fake. She blew in with the
देखो अभी यहाँ पे कहीं पे अभी हो तो रहा है. आई थिंक वो कुछ डायलॉग उसका वो तो हो उसके पता नहीं कभी वो कर दो हो नहीं रहा है इसका. क्या चक्कर है. मुझे लगा कैंप फायर के पास जाके वो कुछ टेलीपोर्ट ऐसा हो. कोई नहीं चलो इतना क्या सोच रहे हैं. अच्छा ना
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base.
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little...
साइलेंस के फट गई. ये इसके साथ कहाँ से हुई?
Without self-destructing?
जीने का मार.
Yes, it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh no, you first.
Ladies first. Assemble your companions.
What she knows about the Zenith base.
You stream daily? Yes. Sometimes don't. By getting tired or playing something else which was not interesting to stream, then I don't stream. Otherwise, I stream mostly story games. You can check out my past live streams.
I need you up in the control room.
I mostly play story games.
Okay, everyone. We all know what's at stake. Beta, Gaia. Not to mention life on Earth. Now, it might seem like the Zeniths are invincible, but they're not.
एक
We've
मोड
got what
है
it
चैनल
takes to
के
break into their base and defeat them.
चैनल के मोड्स तो कोई आते नहीं है, मतलब कोई मेरा देखने को
Tilda?
एक दो फ्रेंड्स वगैरह उनको मोड दे रखा है, वो भी अपना स्ट्रीम करते हैं वगैरह,
It is
खेलते रहते
constructed
हैं.
atop the ruins
कभी-कभार वो
of
ऐसे
ancient military
आते हैं
facilities
चैनल
on
पे.
an island to the southwest.
Sometimes.
I can get us inside. To this location. Undetected.
How exactly?
You'll know when you need to. Once inside, our goal will be this structure. The launch tower. Gaia and
RDA
Beta are
3?
being held at the top.
3 कहाँ से अभी तो RDA 2
But
ही है
along
ना.
the way,
3 कहाँ
we
पे
will
अभी.
face overwhelming resistance. Most importantly from Gerard, Eric, and the others. But also...
Once I take away their shields, we should be able to deal with them. But it will be easier to deploy the device if someone else is carrying it. I'll need a strong back.
Carry stuff? Yeah, I can do that.
Even if your device...
I didn't
works,
send the point
there
system
will
yet.
still be Spectre drones, scores of them.
If only we had an army to fight them.
I've got that under control. You'll know
Man.
when you need to.
Streamlabs नहीं है, नाइट बोट का वैसे है, मतलब तुम्हें करना क्या है वैसे. बोट ऑनलाइन तो है मेरा. कमांड्स तो देखो मेरे ये 2-3 ही है. एक डिस्कॉर्ड के लिए है और पीसी स्पेसिफिकेशंस के लिए, बस वही 2-3 ही कमांड्स है. बाकी कोई इतना चैट वगैरह करने का कोई रेगुलर इतना आता नहीं है, तो मैंने कोई ऐसा पॉइंट सिस्टम वगैरह कुछ रखा नहीं है अभी तक. लगाओ काम पे नाइट बोर्ड के वो बस मैंने बोला ना 2-3 ही कमांड्स है, डिस्कॉर्ड के और ये पीसी स्पेक्स के, और कुछ नहीं है.
All right. We'll meet up again just before we go in. Where's the best place to rendezvous?
On the coast, just across from the island. Once there, I'll show you the way.
नाइट बोर्ड शायद अभी स्पैम करेगा उसको, क्या एक्टिव चैट हो तो वो काम करेगा.
Rendezvous point.
कोई चैट में कुछ लिखता होगा
And then you can join me. In the meantime, do whatever you need.
तो अपने हिसाब से टाइमर लेंगे करेंगे. देखो अभी डिस्कॉर्ड का आगे ऐसे 5 मिनट से 10 मिनट्स का मैंने टाइमर्स लगाए.
You too? A minute?
चैट करेगा तो स्पैम करता रहेगा मैसेज नाइट बोर्ड, अदरवाइज नॉट.
Tilda helped me get in touch with Beta, and she told me something important. There's an installation inside the base. It's called a regulator. Here. Once we're inside, I need you two to split off from everyone else and destroy it. So you'll have to bring explosives. This will help stop the drones. Everything depends on it. Are you with me? After that, I want you to find a way to infiltrate the Zenith network.
How?
Go over all the data that Beta left behind. She knew how to do it, I'm sure of that.
All right. But why? What am I trying to do?
Find information about the Zeniths. Anything Tilda's not telling us.
यार माइक के पास आओ, वॉइस क्लियर नहीं है। Okay.
There's no way.
नहीं, मेरा वॉइस ही ऐसा है, तो माइक का दिक्कत नहीं है।
Keep her safe. Okay.
अभी क्लियर है?
On my life.
वैसे गेम का भी साउंड आ रहा होगा, डिस्टर्ब हो रही है इसलिए थोड़ा दब रहा होगा मेरा वॉइस।
Okay. Almost time to go.
Go to there and point, talk to your companions. Option.
Remember, we need to get Silen's weapon to the Zenith base intact if we want to take their shields down.
I'll be gentle with it, I promise. Aloy, aren't we meeting at the beach near the Zenith base?
We are. I just wanted to check in on everyone first. We're finally doing this.
Never thought I'd be off on a mission to take down a bunch of immortals from the stars. I can hear the drinking songs already.
Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Catalo tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. They'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking forward to it.
You look tired.
Ha! You never want to hold back, are you? I've just been making sure that I got everything down for this mission of yours. I wouldn't want to be the usual screw-up out there.
You'll do fine, Errand. You still sifting through loads of data?
My most viewed live stream was GTA Vice City. You can check it out.
Try finding things with more, pictures.
It got most views.
There, but I did find out about these holofilms, like images put together to tell a story. They were made to look like they were the real thing. The Oseram-like shows. I bet they pay a lot of shards for those hollows.
You've been looking at any interesting data?
I asked Gaia to find me something to look at a while back, and she found the mother of all forges. They called it sports. Turns out the old ones spent a lot of time tackling and punching each other for points in one game or another. Are you mixing some solid food and fresh ale? I bet half the claim will be lining up to watch.
If that one's not working right, you can have one of my spare focuses, you know.
Yeah, little
We really don't care about views. No, I don't care about views that much.
Wouldn't feel right to leave it behind now. Besides, it goes with my outfit.
Views doesn't matter.
Spoil your look. What you reading next?
I saw Gaia added something to the archives about metal rods being used to harness lightning during storms. Guy reminded me of a cousin of mine. Thought he could trap.
My age is 30.
Covered himself in
30.
plates. Went up the tallest mountain in the claim to prove it.
30 years old.
He did like a lot of Oseram things do.
I don't set the
Spark.
point system yet, buddy. There is no point system.
What else have you been studying with your focus?
Yeah, I've been looking into this Vegas place you found. Gaia showed us everything that happened when you went to get that Poseidon.
Yes, 30.
This Morland guy seems pretty smart. Though, risking the Tanakh clan lands for a light show is a bold move.
Maybe I should check up on them at some point. Just in case.
Right.
You, talked to Tilda?
Point नहीं है. Okay,
I tried.
never mind.
I don't think even
Top
a hot
hours.
forge could
No.
do that ice. And you say she
Not
wants
even
to
top
help.
hours. Like I said, there is no regular viewers on my channels.
Let's hope.
So I didn't set that yet.
Varl made the right call. You know, bringing you here.
Thanks. Yeah, Varl. You know, I never knew he had a sister.
I'm regular.
I found out a
Okay.
few days before you guys went to Gemini. I was, well, to be honest, I was terrified I'd screw up the mission somehow. So he sat me down for a drink. Just one, mind you. And we talked about family. Vala, Ursa,
Okay, I can program bots for VOAQ.
how you helped us.
Yeah, I can set them also, but like I said, there is no regular viewers come to my channel.
Never told me exactly how your sister escaped the
When my channel gets
We never got round to it.
kind of
World
gets
ending.
popular or something,
A time
like
the
viewers
present,
come
if
regular,
you're up for it.
then I'll think about it. Currently, there is no
Keeping to himself,
point
as
of
usual.
setting all this
I was
thing.
hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Once my channel gets a regular viewers,
You're
I
telling me you wouldn't want
will
to get
think
just
about
one
it.
good hit on that smug face of his? After everything he's done?
Sure. Later. Right now, he's got something we need.
Oh, want raid? Sure, if you want to.
You think so we'll be okay?
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one they love.
Time
Can't
to
tell
action.
she's
You
handling
are
it better
motivated
than I
enough.
did.
Oh,
That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
Do I smell ale?
I brought some over from Chain Scrape. And with everything that's been going on, I thought we could all use a drink. Besides, there is nothing that brings people together like a good brew. That's what my sister always said, anyways. And you're more than welcome to have some.
Maybe another time.
I'm running.
Anything happen I should know?
Dead कल
The
होगी
Zoe asked us
शायद.
to
No
help
worries.
bring more plants in here. Not for eating, apparently.
No worries at all.
Yeah, if you ask me, the place is fine as it is. You know, metal might be plain, but it's sturdy. Nothing wrong with that. Who needs a bunch of vegetation?
How are things with Katalo? You still scared of him?
Oh, she thinks she's funny. Actually, I asked if it'd be interested in playing a game of Strike. I had to fill in most of the conversation myself, but I'm still alive.
Glad to hear it. Have you spoken with Alva yet?
Yeah, when she's not reading the archives like a giddy kid drinking her first ale. She took to that new focus quick, that's for sure. I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. But I can see why you two hit it off.
Anybody take you up on that ale you brought yet?
Zoe can't stand the smell of it. I tried Alva, but I don't think she knows what taking a break means.
What about Katalo?
Ah, now there's a man that can hold his liquor. Pretty sure we downed half a keg. We had a good chat, I think.
You think it's time for us to finally have that drink?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Oh.
ड्रिंक तो ले क्या गुंडे बने करे
So, how did Ursa
आपके फ्रेंड्स को बोलो देखा
Well,
Yeah?
first she had to survive the sun.
न्यू के
During the
लिए
war, the Karja threw
क्या
a
लिखा है
prisoner
समझ में नहीं
dead
है
there. And, you know, for what? To die as sacrifices, fighting machines in a pit. Thinking somehow that was gonna appease all the other deranged machines in the world? Ha! And when it was Ursa's turn, the Karja thought she'd go down if they threw a big machine at her.
Oh, but she didn't.
And she defeated all of them.
दूसरे
Even got
कोई
some of
फोन
Geron's
लैपटॉप
kestrels for
इधर
good
से
measure.
चलाओ
And the
हाँ I
mad
don't need
son
to
was
ये मेरा ये
If Thought it'd be funny to have her run around his palace.
क्या
and
ये
serve
नीस मेरा देखता ही है कभी कभार फ्रेंड्स वगैरह आते भी है
Remember you telling me
और
something?
मेरे फोन में वैसे चल रहा है अभी फोन से ही पढ़ रहा हूँ
He
मेरा
helped her escape.
उसमें से एक तो वो चल ही रहा है मेरा
What no Karja's scroll will ever tell you is how the young prince snuck
बाकी दोस्त वगैरह तो क्या
inside the
मोस्टली वो
palace. He
अपने
knew their
काम में
best
होते वो
chance
भी
was
खेल
to
रहे
get
होते
herself
या फिर
blend in, so he got her
कभी कभार
everything
आते हैं
she
उनको
needed
टाइम
to
मिलता तो
disguise herself
वो
as
गेम
a
इंटरेस्टिंग
bartender.
लगता है तो देखते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए
Perfumes,
उनको भी
veils
क्या
and
वो वैसे
all.
I get the
काम
feeling she
वगैरह
wasn't
रहता
too
है
happy
तो
with that.
ज्यादा देर तक
man,
रहते नहीं इस
Ursa
टाइम पे
would have rather fought her way out of that palace with her bare hands than put on all of that Karja eye paint. But Avad insisted it was the only way.
बाकी मेरा नेफ्यू देखता रहता है
Under one condition. Avad had to dress up as well.
She made Avad dress up like a noblewoman?
As perfumed and powdered as a babe. Ursa said he looked better like that than he ever did in a crown.
That would, definitely make for an interesting sight.
Oh, it worked like a charm, too. Not only did they make it out of the palace, they paid a traveling merchant to get Ursa to the border, and none were the wiser.
You were right. That was a story best told over a drink.
All good stories are.
I see
This
you've got
was
strength
strength.
set up. Think you could teach me?
I would, but I can barely make sense of it myself. Be better off learning from Salma and Chainscrape. She can be pretty passionate about it, but she knows strike as well as any Tanakh.
Guess I'll have to make some time to visit her when I can.
ओके
I guess I
चिट
should get
चैट हो
going.
गई इनफ अभी
I'll see you
फेयरवेल
at the
लेते
rendezvous point with my hammer ready.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
लर्निंग मशीन इंस्टॉल न्यू एरर थोड़ी इससे भी बतिया
Aloy, we're ready to meet you at the rendezvous point whenever you call.
rendezvous
Fighting the Zeniths isn't going to be easy.
Nothing you do ever is. At least, now you don't have to do it alone.
Thanks.
I know there's probably a lot on your mind right now, but I was hoping we could discuss the land gods. If you have the time.
Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different. You said you wanted to talk about the land gods?
I think there's a way to heal them so that they'll once again provide plainsong with grain. Gaia gave me a set of instructions. She called it a reboot code. If we deliver it to the land gods, their derangement will end.
That's great.
Maybe. There are thorns on the path. Unless the code is given by Hephaestus, the land gods will reject it. Gaia showed me a way around this. We need components called control cores from machines made by Hephaestus. Machines similar to the land gods.
You mean Grimhorns? Like the one we fought in the repair bay?
Yes. Gaia helped me locate 2 of them out west.
So, kill the machines, get the control cores, then use them to adapt the reboot code into something the land gods will obey?
If all goes well. But taking down 2 Grimhorns won't be easy.
We'll do it together.
Bless you, Aloy. I'll send you the location of the machines.
Everyone here. Training, working together. If it weren't for Varl, none of it would have happened.
You know, there was this one night, right before Varl left with you to go to Gemini. He realized I was having trouble sleeping. I was nervous about the mission. To be honest, I think we both were. So, he asked me to join him in Gaia's dome. He brought up this hologram of Earth that you 2 found back in the Zenith launch facility. We sat there, just looking at it. I thought about how Plainsong was just a speck on that great sphere. How every corner of it must be teeming with life. And any fears I had about our mission were gone. I miss him terribly.
I know. Ready to head over to the Zenith base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
You look like you have something on your mind.
We're going to war soon. And war is something I promised myself I'd left behind in the Red Raids. But the more of your data I go through, every voice I hear, every word I read from our ancient past, it makes me realize just how much life was given so that ours could flourish. Fighting for that gift, it's our responsibility. If we fail,
Oh, you're still here.
It's all for naught. Helps to know you're
Thanks
not
for
alone.
staying.
For a moment there, you sounded like Varl.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you going to learn next?
I'm not sure. Last time I spoke with Gaia, I asked her for suggestions, and she brought up data you found on something called a museum? From what I gather, the old ones would store knowledge in them for all to see and learn from, like you've done here for us. Maybe one day more people will be able to use this place to learn the way we have.
That sounds crowded, but nice. Read anything interesting lately?
I found out the old
कौन
ones
से
use leaf
part पे हो?
infusions like the Utaru do. Tea, they call it. Apparently it helped soothe them. That and some sort of scented wax.
ये
they
लिखा है ना
used to
मैंने
cleanse
टाइटल
the
में
aura.
पार्ट 6
Plus something called bubble baths. Me, I think I'll stick to singing to calm the nerves.
Have you talked to any of our new friends?
Erend and I tried speaking to Silence, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? How's Aaron doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl. But he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
Have you met our new Quen guest yet?
I could barely keep up as she gave herself a tour of the base. Varl gave her a new focus. Though when he told her she was free to access all the data we have here, she turned so pale I thought she'd faint on the spot. We showed her to the archive room so she could see for herself. She hasn't left the place since.
That sounds like Alva. You've been getting to know Erend, I assume?
Of course. Any friend of Varl's is a friend of mine. In this case, a very loud friend.
Is there anything I can help with around here?
Hmm? Oh, no. We're doing fine.
Are you okay?
You and Varl were friends for quite a while.
I like to think so.
I was wondering, what do you know about his mother?
Oh.
That bad, huh?
Why do you want to know?
He spoke of his sister, Vala, but I noticed he avoided talking about his mother.
She's the war chief of the Nora. Best warrior the tribe's ever known. Tougher than a Thunderjaw. She could be pretty harsh at times.
I see. That must have been hard on him. Thank you for telling me. I feel silly. I was never able to ask Varl directly.
I wouldn't worry about it. He was probably afraid Sona would scare you off.
I would have liked to see her try. Maybe I can meet her someday. When all this is over.
I think that can be arranged. You ever play that board game Aaron set up?
Strike? I'm the one who gave it to him.
I was hoping it'd distract him enough to spare us that ruckus he calls death metal. No such luck.
How are things with everyone?
Slightly quieter. Aaron's been busy scouring data on his newest obsession. Apparently the old ones wrestled machines as some kind of performance. Called it metal versus meat. A must-see battle between steel and flesh, as Aaron likes to put it. You'd think we have enough of that going around as it is.
You and Aaron seem to be on better terms now.
He may have terrible taste in music, but he did apologize for mocking my tribe. And that ale he keeps raving about isn't half bad. I still plan on beating that stubborn face of his to break our sparring stalemate.
Try not to hurt him too bad. So, how does a tribe like the Utaru manage to maintain the peace with warriors like the Tenakth?
By holding them off. When our fields bloomed aplenty, the Tenakth looked upon our lands with envy. But Plainsong's dishes provided sanctuary and high ground to keep invaders at bay. In the end, even the Tenakth saw sense in a truce. The Utaru promised to provide the Tenakth with food from our crops every year. In exchange, the Tenakth would relinquish one of their own, a veteran, to train the Utaru in combat. This custom was abandoned a few years after the derangement. But some veterans still remain in the plains.
I've been meaning to ask, what's the deal with you and the chorus? You didn't seem to be on the best of terms.
That's what happens when you're the one Utaru who insists on publicly defying them. Twice. When the Karja invaded the Utaru plains, they did more than just attack our villages. They burned our fields, took our people as slaves, and murdered those who were too weak to make the trip back to Meridian.
To be sacrificed in the Sun Ring.
Yeah, the song.
I was helping the healers back then, as waves of refugees swarmed into Plainsong. The chorus was divided in how to face the invaders. Some saw sense in raising arms.
Story game के बीच
Others
में कहाँ से
believed the
song
dishes would
गाऊँ?
keep us safe, as they had many times before. And while they bickered, I buried the seeds of the fallen.
Casualties from the retreats.
It couldn't have been easy. Seeing your people suffer while the Karja invaded your lands.
I come from a small village near Plainsong. My grandmother used to say there was no seed that wouldn't grow there. I moved to the dishes when I decided to apprentice as a healer. When the Red Raids began, I thought about going back. But the injured kept pouring into Plainsong, day after day.
कुछ बोला था उसने पर ये सिनेमैटिक चलता है ना बीच में इसलिए मैं नहीं बोलता इतना
I woke
ज़्यादा.
up to hear a Karja raiding party had ransacked my village during the night. I rushed there with the healers to help the survivors, but there weren't any left. The smell of burning flesh haunts me to this day.
I'm sorry, Zoe.
I made it a point to appear before the chorus as soon as we returned, to demand that we take a stand against the invaders. I was denied.
बीच सिनेमैटिक में मैं कुछ इतना बोलता
I
नहीं.
left to fight on my own.
Fighting for the
You
cause.
said you set out to fight the Karja alone?
I did. But it turned out I wasn't.
Like I said, I don't care about views or subscribers
Disagreement.
or anything
Chorus
else.
spread through
I
the
just
plains.
doing this for fun.
Before I knew it, I had more than a dozen Utaru warriors ready to follow me into battle. We knew we couldn't take on the Karja armies head-on, but we also knew the lay of the land better than they did. We ambushed smaller raiding parties, sabotaged their supply lines, and hit their encampments at night.
Sounds like you were a force to be reckoned with.
Enough that the Tenakth took notice. When the clans began to push the Karja back east, they let us join their ranks. We chased the enemy all the way to Barren Light.
Barren Light.
You said you were at Barren Light when the Tenakth defeated the Karja?
Tenakth marshals climbed the cliffs of the Daunt under cover of night, then attacked from the other side. Before we knew it, the gates were open, and the full force of the clans burst through. What happened next was not something I like to remember. When all the dust and blood settled, I smelled it again. The stench of burnt flesh. Our enemies defeated. What was left of my squad returned to the Utaru Plains. I went back to Plainsong. But even as the harvest passed, it didn't feel like I'd truly returned at all.
Is that when you became a grave singer?
I thought soothing the suffering of others would somehow appease my own. Then you came along and gave me a choice. I could either sing at people's graves or fight for a chance to keep them alive.
I'm glad you chose the latter. You called yourself a grave singer. What does that mean?
To all living things an end must come. It is my task to ease the passage. I try to bring comfort and sing of the renewal that death sows the way for.
Your location is beyond anything. Yeah.
I
Very
should
well.
go. I'll let you know when I'm ready to head to the base.
Before you do, there is one favor I would ask of you.
What is it?
You placed this focus in my care and gave me the highest calling an Utaru has ever known. If I should fall in battle, I'd like you to be the one to bury my seed pouch. For the both of us.
So,
make sure you stay alive to do so.
let's just try to all come back home. Okay?
Go to the rendezvous.
There are more supplies in that chest. Grab what you like.
Other companions का ये दोनों तो हो गए. One more. What's that?
Huh. The door's unlocked now.
Zenith.
There's a lot of equipment in here.
Zenith Haman.
I wonder what it was all for.
Guys.
There you are. Well done.
भाई इससे थोड़ा बतिया लेते हैं.
Despite my reservations, you managed to secure Silence and his weapon. You're truly a shining example of Liz's fortitude.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. How you were friends with Elizabeth. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Perceptive as ever. You're right, we were together for a time.
Okay, so... what happened?
I was an orphan. I had always been alone. By my 30s, I was starting to wonder if that was simply my fate in life. And then I met Liz. We kept running into each other at conferences. We'd have coffee. At some point, it became drinks. I thought it was just shop talk, an exchange of ideas, but then I was surprised at how much I looked forward to seeing her. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other week just to meet up. For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I could imagine a future where I wasn't. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years back. I filled a void for her. I know I did. But as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less, and I wanted more. And so we ended things.
So helping me, restoring Elizabeth's dream, it's what,
a second chance, yes. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz stayed behind. I should have done more. So when I saw you, a woman who has carved her own remarkable path, beyond even what made Liz a phenomenon, I knew I had to help you. To do right by her.
Why did you make the data channel look like your house?
I built that house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place, not just for me, but for the art stored in its depths. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly, some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
Why do you think Elizabeth pulled away?
I've wondered that for 1,000 years. She was brilliant, visionary. She cared so deeply for the world, for the betterment of humanity. But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length, including me. She never wanted to share her burdens. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let anyone be part of. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really knew her.
What else can we expect to find in the Zenith base?
As I mentioned in the briefing, our goal will be the command center. That's where Beta and Gaia are being held. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural resources they've stripped from the region.
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate more Spectre drones, a small army of them. In addition, they've also been ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, the ship was barely space-worthy when we made our escape. Disaster can strike at any moment. We've learned our lesson.
Have you figured out how Silence's weapon works?
No, and he's been very careful not to allow me near it. I'll admit it bothers me, but regardless of how it functions, I am confident it will deactivate the other shields en masse.
How many of them are in the base?
10, including Eric and Gerard. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony collapsed.
You said before that you're not like the other Zeniths. That you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. I'm not proud of it. But complicity became a means of survival, both when Earth was consumed and when the colony on Sirius was destroyed. I did what I had to. But I resolved to remain one step ahead of the others, to try to undo what damage I could. Hence the data channel with Beta. The secret passage into their base and the little trick I pulled to save you.
So, Eric... was he always a bloodthirsty psychopath?
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company. A band of cutthroats, in other words. Even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of automated warfare. He found success with clientele that required a more personal touch. There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his targets. On occasion, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius, he retreated to virtual reality simulations. In them, he could go on rampages as violent as he pleased, though I suspect with diminishing satisfaction.
What can you tell me about Gerard?
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate, and as such had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people on Earth, and certainly the wealthiest among Far Zenith.
What does one person do with that much money?
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed himself to be a refined patrician, able to maintain control with a polished smile. But beneath that exterior is a cold and calculating operator. It was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators, the avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted as her benefactors.
Well, we'll deal with him soon enough. And the others.
I would very much like to see his face when he realizes we've beaten him.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the Zeniths. Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Far Zenith's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette, branding herself a life designer. Someone who leverages their fame to influence the choice of others.
What? Like a cult?
In a way, yes.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived this long.
She was her own brand of ruthless. That much is true. But even rats can cling to a vessel for escape.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of Zeniths. What about the rest?
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth. Titans of their industries.
And let me guess. All selfish and ruthless to the core?
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the Holonet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing to watch. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work in cellular biology. Our immortality treatments are due in part to her achievements. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO of a fast food printing corporation. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished more. We had eternity.
Yeah, okay. It's all for now.
I'll let you know when it's time.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been a struggle. More than once I've lost everything. But when I look to the future, I see Liz's dream fulfilled. A universe of new possibilities.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will. I won't let anything get in the way. I promise you that.
Looks like Gaia was able to unlock that door.
Before I forget,
I think Gaia unlocked this room a while back.
थोड़ा इससे भी बत्तियाँ ले
Gaia turned the...
Haven't seen you since the
क्या
Battle of
चले
the
उसके
Grove.
दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है
How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you. All that remains is to follow you to the end. Whatever that will be.
We're lucky to have you on our side.
Oh, and by the way, I was hoping we could discuss that personal request I mentioned before, if you have the time.
Things will get ugly once the Zenith
I
return
don't
to
know
their base.
because
You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
अपनी story
I
बताओ,
would have it no
plan
other
बताओ
way.
क्या करना.
Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say, you have more than earned my trust.
You said you were training with the Focus?
That's right. I've been watching holograms of your first fight with the Zenith Spectres. They are faster and more agile than any machines I've faced before. How many do the Zeniths have?
I'm not sure. Probably a lot.
I would not wish to face them en masse.
I'm with you there. Must be strange, seeing everything through a Focus now.
I can see machines like never before. Their strengths and weaknesses simply reveal themselves to me. To think that such a tiny object might be the most powerful weapon I've ever possessed.
What do you think of this place? It must take some getting used to.
It's an efficient center of operations, and an acceptable training facility. Though it could use some more color.
Duly noted. Anything interesting happen while I was away?
I found an acceptable place to practice with my blade.
Oh, and where's that?
Outside, above the base. There's a nest of sunwings that are always up for a fight.
Ever thought of sparring with something that's not trying to kill you?
That would defeat the purpose of the training.
Found anything interesting during your training?
Gaia told me where to find data on how wars were waged in the old world. I knew the Ten fought against machines, much as we do now, but it seems they were among the last of their kind. Later, machines battled other machines on behalf of greedy leaders, as they vied for lands and spoils. At least the Tenakth have the courage to put their lives on the line when conflicts arise.
There is nobility in that. But maybe we just need fewer conflicts in the first place.
Yes, of course. Hekarro would have it so as well.
How are your studies going?
I wanted to learn more about the world of the Old Ones.
And?
I looked up this pharaoh Gaia said you went looking for, and learned about the plague of machines he unleashed. To think that the ancient world was wiped out by a mistake. A single miscalculation. There is no glory or honor in such a fate. Only hubris and pointless death.
That about sums it up. Think you're ready to put all your training to the test?
I am Tenakth. I am always ready.
Now that training time is over, what's on your mind?
The Bulwark, the Kulrut, and how we need another miracle if we're to survive the Zenith base.
I'll try not to let you down.
I know you will not.
Getting Ether out of the Grove made for quite a spectacle.
One that showed the entire tribe that Hekarro's mission for peace is the correct path, for it is now blessed by the Ten themselves.
You've had some time with the team now. Any thoughts?
I admit, I was surprised to see Nutaru here. Farmers don't make for effective soldiers.
I'm told she rallied to summon her tribe against the Karja, and fought all the way to Barren Light.
Interesting. Perhaps I am mistaken.
Did you Ever get the chance to speak with Farrell?
Briefly. He fought well against Regalla's troops at Barren Light. Are all Nora as skilled as the two of you?
I'm not exactly one of them. But anyway, the Nora can hold their own. They managed to push the Carja from their lands.
I thought my tribe was the only one to have done that. Impressive.
Does it still hurt?
It comes and goes. I try not to think about it, but its absence is always present for me. It's difficult to explain.
I can't claim to understand. Only empathize.
Then you have my thanks.
Have you spoken with Erend at all?
I've had little chance to. I did see him bring some ale from out east.
That stuff's as bitter as salve-brush.
You get used to it, eventually. In fact, I wouldn't mind a drink myself.
I'm sure Erend wouldn't mind sharing. Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that doesn't seem natural. I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her, nothing would surprise me. You said there was something you wanted to talk about?
Gaia mentioned that the Zeniths bind metal with flesh to make themselves stronger. I was wondering if you'd help me do the same.
You want to make yourself a new arm?
Yes. Gaia insisted I could build such a thing if I can get the necessary data and materials. She believed these things lie in the place where Beta hid from the Zeniths.
Their ancient research lab.
I am not as familiar with old world machinery as you are. I could use your assistance.
It might be dangerous. The Zeniths probably still keep an eye on that place. We were lucky to get out of there alive the first time.
I see.
It sounds like this is worth the risk.
By the 10, we shall see it through.
You said the Bulwark was your home a long time ago. That you were part of the Sky Clan.
Yes.
That's all you're gonna tell me?
Fine. As you wish. My parents were killed in a clan skirmish, so I was raised by my squad. As I grew older, I came to be known as an accomplished fighter. Tekote took a special interest in me. I fought by his side against the Carja, and led my squad on a dangerous climb into the Daunt. It was I who opened the gates at Barren Light, from the east side, allowing the Tenakth to raise it.
That must have gotten you some attention.
Indeed. I was welcomed home as a hero, and I was content.
Then why'd you leave?
I became a marshal.
Why did you leave the Sky Clan to become a marshal?
I was sent to the Kulrut by Tekote. Back then, I would have obeyed his every order. I believed in him, like one would a father. I was too blind to see the fear in his eyes. Fear of a rising young warrior challenging his command of the clan. I returned a hero from the battle at Barren Light. But to him, I was only a threat. Never occurred to him that I had no interest in rising above my station.
What did Chief Akaro say when you told him he'd be joining me here?
You spilled rebel blood at the Grove and helped reunite the clans. There was little more to be said. He understood.
Well, I'm honored he lent me his best marshal. At least for a little while.
Indeed.
Your people keep mentioning the wings of the 10. What exactly does it mean?
The visions tell us that the 10 flew on great metal machines with wings and leapt into battle from the sky. For us, to imitate this feat is the ultimate expression of martial prowess. It is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut. And now, You have done it. Like the deeds of the Ten themselves, it will never be forgotten. So, tell me, how did it feel?
I won't lie. Pretty good.
I can only imagine.
Why did Takote think you wouldn't be a threat to him if he sent you to the Cool Route?
Takote knew that if I survived the Cool Route, I'd be forced to forsake the clan to serve the Tenakth as a whole. I'd never be allowed to challenge his command, even if I wanted to. After our victory at Barren Light, Takote spoke to our people, said it would be selfish to rob Hikaru and the marshals of a warrior like myself, even though he knew perfectly well I had no intention of ever leaving. It was exile, guised as an honor. One he knew I couldn't refuse. So I became a marshal, and never looked back.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I am not. Though it pained me at the time, a marshal is what I was destined to be.
What do Tenakth do to relax? You know, to take a break from training?
We play strike. Your Oseram friend, Erend, is surprisingly good at it, although he has yet to beat me. It helps one think strategically, hones the mind for tactics.
Somehow that still sounds like training. Have you spoken with Alva?
The Quen is peculiar. Nothing like a Tenakth. Her mind is sharp, that much is certain. But it's hard to imagine her surviving in the wilds.
Trust me, she's tougher than she looks.
I will take your word for it.
You nervous about the mission ahead?
If I live, it will be in victory. If I die, it will be in battle. What matters most is that you achieve your objective.
I'll do my best. We didn't really get to talk about what happened at Gemini.
There was nothing more to say. If he were Tenakth, Varl's bravery would have earned him sacred burial at the Grove, among the most distinguished of our tribe's warriors. His deeds were worthy of the Ten. When the fight is done, I will have the Inkers etch his memory on my skin, so that it may live on.
I'm sure he'd be honored.
Your questioning done.
It will be my honor.
I'll call you when I'm near the Zenith lab. We'll get what you need for that new arm of yours.
Thank you, Aloy.
Welcome, buddy.
Alva. I figured I'd find you hanging out where all the data is.
Of course!
You nervous?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not slightly apprehensive.
The plan will work if we all focus on our assignments.
Right. Oh, and if you have a moment, there's something I could use your help with.
I see you've been using your new focus.
It's been fascinating. So much better than the version the Quen have. What would have taken me years to sort through, like the database you helped me recover, with this, I've been able to establish search parameters to speed up the process. This could revolutionize how diviners analyze the legacy. That is, whatever part of it the overseers would actually let us study.
You wanted data, you'll find lots of it here.
A diviner has never had this sort of unsupervised access to archives such as this. And knowing you, I suspect there is much that would normally be forbidden held within them. But I was sent here to help you. I would be remiss to ignore any truth laid before me. Maybe it'll help the Quen find their way back to the path of truth.
Any more data catch your eye?
All of it? I have so much to study up on. Years, actually. I'm particularly interested in the Odyssey. We knew the ancestors had made it to the moon. In fact, we theorized some of them had settled on it. But Sirius is way farther than that. And we thought journeying across the ocean would be the feat of a lifetime. The sheer calculations needed for space travel, it's overwhelming to think about.
Even so, the Quen are way ahead of other tribes when it comes to understanding this stuff. Where I grew up, everyone thought that stars were sparks that rose from a fire lit by the goddess to guide us through the night. So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes, I've been studying up on them. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tenakth, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. There's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly. Once all this is over, will you go back across the ocean?
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. If I go back, I don't even know if they'd let me keep this focus you gave me, or what they'd do to me for reading what is clearly forbidden data. Even if I somehow were allowed to carry on my duties as a diviner, would I be willing to let the truths I've learned about the ancestors be buried away by the Board of Overseers? Would I dare challenge them and risk my family's safety? Or losing Federa?
Who's this Federa you mentioned?
She is another diviner. One of our best. We used to be rivals at the academy. I hated her guts. But apparently there's a fine line between hate and love. We became very close, and then I was assigned to the expedition. She promised she'd wait for me, no matter how long it took.
Well, that was smart of her. She won't do any better.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. I hope our new guests have been behaving.
This Silence, he's the one who built the weapon that can take down Zenith shields?
He is. Though I wouldn't expect him to answer any questions about it. He refuses to dole out his secrets to us lesser mortals.
Oh.
You know that special part of us that makes us warm, kind, welcoming?
Our spirit?
Yeah. He was born without that. How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on everyone's mind. I didn't know him well, but I can see how much he meant to the others. Zoe and Erend seem to have taken to it the hardest, but I don't quite know what to say to them.
They need time to sort through it.
And what about you? Will time heal your wounds?
I don't know. I try not to think about it. I imagine you don't know anyone here that well yet, but they're a good group.
It's funny because one of your friends is, well, another you. Not that you are the same person at all. I mean, you are, as in, you're both genetically Elizabeth Sobek, but even so, you're different.
We grew up very differently. But sometimes different is good.
Yes, of course.
I hope everyone's been treating you okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've all been extremely welcoming. And they share the knowledge they learn on their focuses with each other freely. It's refreshing. Back home, diviners can only share data with the permission from the overseers.
Sounds restrictive and stifling.
Yeah, you are not wrong.
Have you spoken with Zoe at all?
A little bit, but I did hear her singing with Varl not too long ago. I don't think they noticed. Zoe seemed so free when she did it. Like every emotion she had was taking flight in song. And she looked happier because of it. I felt so dull and nervous in comparison.
You should ask So to teach you sometime. About Utaru music.
Maybe.
We won't let the Zeniths get away with what they've done.
Everyone's ready to take the fight to the enemy.
And you?
Nervous? But I'm ready too.
Don't worry. We'll get through this together. I want you to know I'm glad you're with us, Alva.
Whatever happens, I'm grateful that the legacy brought us together. I never thought I'd get to actually meet an ancestor.
Come on, do I look that old? Katala will protect you inside the Zenith base.
I'm not afraid. I know Katala will fulfill his duty, as will I. If we die doing so, at least it'll be alongside a friend.
I'd rather you both stay alive, if you don't mind.
We'll try and keep that in mind.
I suppose you saw that Tilda is here. Our very own Zenith.
I almost went up to her to ask her, well, every question I've ever had about the legacy. Every diviner I know would kill to get 5 minutes with one of the old ones. But now that she's here, all I feel is a vague unease. I don't know if I'm scared of finding out more uncomfortable truths, or just scared of her. Probably both.
The rest of us should be enough of a distraction to the Zeniths for you to hack into their network undetected. But you'll have to be quick, in case they do.
What exactly do you expect me to find, Aloy?
I don't know. The truth, if we're lucky. You mentioned the reason you came here was to help your family. Your sister...
Her name is Alika. Our parents are commoners. Peasants, really. When I passed the divination exams, they were so proud. It brought honor to our family and increased rations. Only Alika begged me not to leave for the research academy.
Why? What happens there?
Alika knew that once you enter, you're not allowed to leave or see anyone, not even your family. Unless you can get special permission and an escort by an overseer.
That sounds harsh.
Like the focuses we keep, diviners are few in number, and the Empire is, well, fearful that outsiders will try to steal our knowledge. Last time I was allowed to see my family was just before our voyage here. Because of my position, I was able to get them refuge from the floods within the capital. But if our crops don't recover soon, they'll starve to death along with everyone else.
I promise I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't come to that. The ancestors, is that what your people call the old ones?
Yes and no. The ancestors are the greatest of the old ones. Those whose legacy taught us agriculture, medicine, warfare, leadership, and patronage of the science and arts.
The CEO called Elizabeth Sobek an assistant. What's that about?
Right. Well, any old one who has made minor contributions or worked extensively under one of the ancestors is called an assistant. That's how we thought of Sobek, until we met you. Our limited access to data past the late 2040s has obviously misinformed our view of the past.
You said you owed me an explanation for what happened in Thebes. I'm listening.
Right. I'll start at the beginning with the CEO. He was an Imperial, the Emperor's nephew, in fact. As such, he sponsored many diviners to search the legacy for anything that might help the tribe, and himself. He took a special interest in anything related to Ted Faro, whom we consider the greatest of the ancestors.
Ted Faro, revered ancestor. That's tough to take.
I know better now, of course. Anyway, the diviners discovered that Pharaoh spent a great deal of time in San Francisco. In fact, many of the most important ancestors did. So the Emperor's nephew convinced him that an expedition across the ocean might solve our most pressing problems. If only we could find the right data in this fabled city. Perhaps we could roll back the floods and storms that threatened our people. The Emperor declared that all the tribe's resources be poured into this endeavor. Dozens of ships were built, scouting missions were dispatched, and the Emperor's nephew was named Sio, one who wields the legacy for the good of the Empire. The living embodiment of Ted Pharaoh, the Renewer. It may seem strange now, but for a time, he carried all of our hopes. We really believed he would save us. We had no idea just how perilous the journey would be.
You said the expedition across the sea was more dangerous than you thought it would be. What happened?
We lost most of our ships to hurricanes, and scores of soldiers perished to hunger and disease. And that was before we even hit the coast. Once we landed, machines ripped our patrols apart, and we struggled to replenish our rations. There were bright spots, to be sure. We found Thebes and the greenhouse, but nothing improved the CEO's mood as his dreams of saving the tribe were slowly dashed. He became more and more obsessed with Thebes and what lay behind its door, and more convinced that the title of CEO was no mere honorific. You heard him, spouting nonsense about Pharaoh's essence and some kind of becoming. We knew these weren't the words of a sane man, but he was quick to put any who spoke out in front of a firing squad.
What a great guy.
The Quen are wrong about many things when it comes to the legacy. I can see that now. But what the CEO became was a complete perversion of what principled diviners stand for. The pursuit of truth. I'm sorry you had to endure his madness. I'm just glad it's over. For everyone.
So, Bohai, your overseer. Will he run things better than CEO?
He won't execute people on a whim, if that's what you mean. But he's hardly a paragon of integrity. I can't tell you how many times he took credit for data in the legacy that I uncovered. The best thing I can say about him is that he can be trusted to always do what's best for him.
Yep, sounds about right. Back at the greenhouse, you spoke of knowledge forbidden to your people.
Diviners are meant to seek out the truth in the legacy, and many Imperials sponsor them in the hopes they'll find something the Empire can put to use, thus gaining favor with the Emperor. But the Board of Overseers claims certain truths are detrimental to the stability of the Empire, like discovering one of our revered ancestors ended the world. That is why diviners are only allowed to access segments of the legacy. Only overseers can view it all. It ensures that any heretical data can be contained and retrieved before it can spread.
What happens to diviners who break the rules?
I never had the courage to ask.
You mentioned there was something you needed help with?
Yes. So, as I was sifting through data from the greenhouse, I found references to an old world system back in the Great Delta. It's called Leviathan. My people discovered it decades ago. A sprawling network of river gates and a labyrinth of underground tunnels. The legacy revealed that the old ones used it to control flooding. But we've never gotten it to work. The whole thing is shut down. But the data from the greenhouse mentions the research facility where Leviathan was created. It's in San Francisco.
Another Pharaoh facility?
No. Leviathan was a project by Eileen Sasaki, another ancestor. So the legacy tells us, anyway, if we can acquire that data, we might be able to fix the system back in the Great Delta. Every year, my sister gets terrified when the long rains begin. With Leviathan, maybe she won't have to be.
Okay. So, where in San Francisco is this facility?
That's the thing. The data doesn't say where, exactly. But one of our diviners has been exploring the ruins. He might know. Would you come with me? I have a feeling that wherever this facility is, well, you're much better at fighting machines than I am.
Of course. I'll let you know when I'm in landfall.
Thank you, Aloy.
All questioning
I
done.
need to get going.
I'll be at the rendezvous point.
I think there are no more companions left to chit chat.
And, like I said, I'll let you know when I'm in landfall. We'll find the data you're after.
I appreciate it.
और कौन बाकी है? अच्छा ये
Did you need something?
साइलेंस
Bravo.
मेन आइटम तो रही है.
You managed to sway a zenith to your side. Care to explain?
इससे तो सब जानकारी लेनी है.
I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to optimize. But that's not why you're here. I assume you want to comprehend my undertakings. So, ask away.
Since when were you so forthcoming?
Since you turned this
Welcome back, Spider.
game, and as it seems you have found modest success, perhaps I'm willing to be generous.
About the weapon.
Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully answer my question.
What do you mean by remember?
But I'd be a fool to reveal its inner workings. After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drones? Yes, even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how is knowledge that is mine alone.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from
You remember
Hades
me.
when you interrogated
What does
us.
that mean?
Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the sons of Prometheus, armed Regalla's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you still playing catch-up?
So all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be extreme. And I knew you would never allow such a sacrifice, no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation. At the Hades Proving Lab.
The wrong lab.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zeniths at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost killed me.
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you a useful asset, thereby keeping you out of harm's way and, more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone of Elizabeth?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could have known that particular detail.
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here today. Why help Regalla take over? If you wanted an army, you could have just gone to Hekarro.
Before Regalla's rebellion, Hekarro was only concerned with battling machines and fostering friendships with the Karja. Even if I gained his ear, he would never agree to send his forces to battle a threat he couldn't understand.
So helping a bloodthirsty exile was easier?
Yes, exceedingly so. All Regalla craved was war against the Karja and anyone who threatens the Tenakth. She would have led the tribe into battle without question, which was precisely what I needed.
Why create the Sons of Prometheus? You didn't need a bunch of Oseram tinkerers to make override tech.
They were a necessary safeguard. My time serving Hades in the Eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting directly involved. Through the Sons of Prometheus, I could execute my plans, all while remaining anonymous.
While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with the Quen.
The tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery of focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shills.
Yes, well, it also led them to Thebes.
Did it now?
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
For a start.
Okay, all
Alright,
questions
Silence. I
done.
think I've talked to
Let's
you
be
long
ready.
enough. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda while you're in here, okay? I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Ah, yes. About your Zenith ally. I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many calamities, well, your goals may be aligned now, but I'd watch for the moment they diverge.
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone else I know.
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by now.
Do you know something or not?
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it a feeling.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
Okay, Doctor Companions done.
Just you wait, Varl.
Now let's head for the main quest. Yeah, news products. Where is this rendezvous point? ये वाला हमने कर रखा है। ये वाला भी ट्राई कर सकते हैं। Let me just see the gameplay what we have to do further. Okay, क्या करना है? क्या गेम वॉइस थोड़ा बढ़ा सकते हो वो सब गेम के हिसाब से मैंने सेट कर रखा है मुझे भी दिखना है क्या? Guys, I'm taking a short break. After a short break, I will be continuing. So stay tuned. You guys, I'm back again. Let's continue our story. Where we left it. Where we need to go? Yes, confirm. Just a moment, guys. I'm back, guys. यहाँ का था तो सही ये ट्रैवल दिखा कि नहीं पोस्ट ट्रैवल क्या गेम क्रैश हो गई स्टॉप
So the machines the rebels have. How do they do it?
अपना ये उड़ने वाला है तो सही वही इसका
May your enemies fall. Walk in strength.
ये तो मैं भूल ही गई मेरे पास ये हेलीकॉप्टर है तो सही सेक्सी दिख रहा है एकदम अवतार जैसे वो फीलिंग आ रही है अवतार में भी ऐसे ही था ऐसे ही दिख रहे हैं पहाड़ वगैरह से पेंडोरा कितना रियलिस्टिक बनाए हैं इन लोगों ने मेहनत की है पेड़ पौधे सब कुछ एकदम रियल लग रहा है मेहनत तो है भाई डेवलपर की
Aloy, it's Kotalo. Thought this might interest you. 3 of our soldiers have gone missing in the Valley of the Fallen. The whole area is crawling with machines. There have been reports of glowing lights off the coast. Marshal Vera should be in the valley's entrance.
ये क्या रोलर कोस्टर जैसा
Thanks. I'll look into it when I can. There. Rendezvous point. I should take care of everything I can before calling in the others to attack the Zenith base.
If you proceed past this point, you will be locked into singularity and the open world will be another location of the coast. Confirm. All your companions now will look. Let's go.
Okay, everyone. I'm at the rendezvous point. It's time to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Understood, Aloy. We're on our way.
Aloy,
Where are the others?
not far behind.
Egghead here couldn't stand traveling with the pack.
Are we all here? Then let's begin.
A tunnel.
An ancient escape route from the ruins on the island. When I realized it ran all the way across the water, I thought it might prove useful to come and go undetected. So I concealed it from the others. Shall we?
I wish there was a less pungent way to get way inside the base.
Agreed.
There's the launch tower. That plane offers a little cover, so the only viable path is through there. There will be specters guarding it, and many more can be deployed from those hangars.
All right. Alva, Catalo, get to it.
Where are they going?
Somewhere important. Erend, you're with me. You guys, take the high ground in case we need covering fire.
Tactically sound, I suppose. What will she do?
There's a sensor node nearby. If I hack into it, I should be able to scramble the network and keep you undetected. But not for long.
Then we should proceed.
One more thing. Open up the channel to beta. Audio only.
Aloy.
We're here, and we're coming for you. You know what to do, right?
As long as you hold up your end.
We will.
ये ज़ीनत का प्लान तो नहीं है जो साथ में हमारे कुछ रैप कर दे सबको देखते हैं अभी
Let's go.
Let's see. ये तो कोई बड़ा सा ट्रैप जैसा फील हो रहा है वहाँ पे जाके कुछ लोग चले गए
Get to the launch tower as quickly as possible. I'll do my best to conceal our intrusion.
कि वहाँ तक पैदल जाना
Beware, Aloy. Spectres ahead.
Company. Follow my lead.
That's what I do. Well, I'll just leave it here.
सजन रे जो के पास
I think you're right.
I think there's a cave up there that might get us through that ridge.
Let's climb up to it.
What's in this backpack, metal bricks?
Aloy, Alva and I are closing in on the regulator.
Keep me posted.
It's creepy in here.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
गजब का गेम बनाया हुआ है
Dead machines on this island.
We killed a great many when we landed here. Their salvage may prove useful to you now.
Here when you want. Sneak or fight. You choose.
Aloy's under attack! Cover her!
Now we're talking.
आसपास का नजारा देखना है। क्या पत्थर वगैरह वो सब बना कितनी क्यूट है। एप्पल जैसे कश्मीरी सेब दिख रही है लाल लाल बनाएंगे ये सब कुछ।
Ah, go on, shoot it again.
ये सब फोग वगैरह देखो यार। पेप तो फील्ड देखो यार, पेड़ ऐसे हिल रहे, पीछे उसके फोग है, फोकस के हिसाब से सन की लाइट्स आ रही है।
We should move on.
Amazing details.
Tired yet?
Yep. Yeah. Clear those weeds. Yeesh. These plants are.
With who?
We can take this one, Aloy. Keep moving.
Hey, just here. It's not fear, but it'll do.
That Stormbird carcass should get us over there.
Remember the good old days when our only worry was whether Meridian would be destroyed? You know, instead of the whole world?
Oh yeah. Good times.
More specters. I'll attack with you. Hit it again! Yeah! Hey, you wishing you picked another fight yet?
अरे ये नजदीक कहाँ से आ गई? स्लो मोशन में पता ही नहीं चला कंसंट्रेशन।
That's all of them. Let's push on. Yeah.
क्या खतरनाक जगह बनाई है।
Here, up this rock.
काफी गेम्स की नॉब कर दी है इसने। से भाई वेजिटेशन क्वालिटी स्किन की जो बनेगी बेस्ट है।
We're gonna have to climb around this corner.
Well, I'm trying not to complain.
सभी टाइप के देखो ये ग्रास देखो ये पेड़ पौधे छोटे छोटे, कोई भी ऐसे डिटेल्स मिस नहीं की इसने। ऐसे बड़े पेड़ लगा रखे, देखो इसके थ्रू रोशनी आ रही है। सिक्स से भी एकदम डिटेल में दे रखे, अमेजिंग डिटेल्स सीरियसली। अच्छा देखो ये क्या सीन लग रहा है इसकी।
Come on, Aloy, let's go.
जा रहे यार बस ये देखने को दे, सेक्सी दिख रहा है। करता है पूरे टाइम ऐसे बैठ के इसको देखते रहे। ऊपर जाना क्यों? अच्छा लटक के उस तरफ।
As fast as we can. You all right?
Sort of.
Looks like the others have things under control.
Got its weak spots.
Come on, up the slab.
पर क्यों नहीं चढ़ पाए?
Aloy, Alva and I are in position.
Do it. Blow the regulator.
A moment while I ignite the charges.
गजब का भाई वेजिटेशन क्वालिटी दे रखी है इसमें।
Alpha and Catalo did their job. Now it's Beta's turn.
Aloy? I think we're in trouble.
इसकी इतने सारे स्पेक्टर्स।
I'm not doing anything. Beta will. She just needs a little time.
Time that we don't have.
Come on, Beta, come on, come on.
What is that?
I think हमारी सेना भी है।
Our army.
हमारी आर्मी आ गई। ये दो लोग ही खतरनाक है, सबको मार।
I think you got their attention.
Very clever. You had Beta inject Hephaestus into the base's printer matrix.
Which is faster and more powerful than any cauldron.
Now we can crank our machines to its heart's content. Get to the launch tower before this whole place becomes a war zone.
Your maneuver, as clever as it is, means that Hephaestus has escaped containment. It will no doubt flee back to the Cauldron network.
We grabbed it once, we'll get it again.
Or find a way to replicate its functionality, perhaps, from the Apollo database.
Aloy, in case we don't make it, I just have one regret.
What is it?
That we had to do all this climbing.
That a big rock might give us a bridge to get up and through.
Gotcha.
That's where all the specters are fighting our machines.
That'd have made it nice and easy. Who's next? Hit the weak spot.
हट गई उसकी। ये तो भाग रहा है हमसे। अरे रे ये क्या है? अच्छा इसकी हेल्थ है, मतलब फट के हाथ में।
will. This way.
सेक्सी दिख रहा है
Big jump.
आज तक ऐसे डिटेल्स मैंने ऐसे गेम में मतलब नहीं देखी है ऐसा ऑब्जर्व कभी नहीं किया मैंने ऐसे रुक रुक के सब देख रहा हूँ खेलता गया हूँ काफी सारे
You
गेम
can get to
खेल
the launch tower through the hangar up ahead. I'm heading over to join you now. The hangar's in bad shape, but I can see the way in. Hurry, Aloy!
Another one? Now we're talking. I grab it if you need it.
Good work, everyone. Let's go.
पर कहाँ से चल अच्छा ये सिंपल से होता है मैं कॉम्प्लिकेटेड कर देता हूँ
Whoa. Look at all this zenith space stuff. This place is gonna come down around our ears.
All the movies.
Guy who doesn't have to carry much.
They'll come for us.
Yeah, well, when that happens, this thing on my back better work.
Aloy, it's been intense.
ना मिस हो गई मेरा ऑब्जेक्ट का ध्यान दिया क्या दिक्कतें होगी इसको भाई अच्छा हुआ है ट्रेनिंग करके साउंड दे सब पूरी फाइट निकल जाती है इसके पीछे पता भी नहीं चलता
Now we know who's been causing all the
इतने सारे जीनत से सब
Tilda's little pet.
Silence. Zenith's inbound. Can we drop their shields, please?
I'm powering it up. Stay still.
This is pointless. You can't hurt us. Face it. You're worms that ooze through the cracks into our basement.
Silence.
One moment more.
But I might just spare you if you give up Tilda. I think it's safe to say she's forfeited her share of our operation. Permanently.
There.
No? Nothing? Fine. All right, people. Light 'em up!
ये क्या है
Are we supposed to be scared?
वाह इसने इनके शील्ड्स ब्रेक कर दी हट गई देखो
It won't take long before he preps the shuttle for launch. Then he'll be able to take Beta and Gaia into orbit and onto the Odyssey beyond our reach.
We gotta go through there?
field to see the corruption.
Then we'll carve a path. Ready?
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
Let's go, guys.
I gotta get to the top of the tower and free Beta.
Aloy, time has seen filth. Apologies for that. We're okay. As long as Alba hurries.
I'm almost into the network! Just do the best you can. Okay, an elevator. Promising.
We got some unfinished business, little
I don't need a shield to take you out.
Trust me, you're gonna wish you had one.
You're outclassed.
फिर भी इसकी हेल्प ही ज़्यादा है.
Can't let him catch me.
I gotta tell you.
Can't hold on to that. I'm taking you down.
Are you there? I'm on my way to help. Let's get on my way together.
तो डैमेज तो हो रहा है. कम ही तो. फिर भी बुक चुकी थी.
I almost forgot what it was like to hurt.
इसने वो वॉल को मारा था.
Now we're having fun, right? You okay?
I will be. In time. Go. Rescue your sister. I'll leave you with the others and make sure they're all
Looks like the machine's inspectors have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
हुआ कहाँ अटक गए मैं वहाँ पे पकड़ने गई जी जी क्या हक दिया भाई मैं तो उसको क्लाइम करने के लिए पकड़ने जा रहा हूँ। बस
Looks like the machine's inspectors have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll
यहाँ
have
पे
to climb
जंप
from
करना
there.
था मेरे को।
I have to go.
पता नहीं उसने कहाँ पे एकदम आगे जाके करा।
Errand? Is everyone all right down there?
Mostly. We're cleaning up the...
इसने पकड़ा ही नहीं नीचे।
Looks like the machine's inspectors have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
इसे कॉल करना है। ये सब इसका टूरिस्ट के बारे में मैं भूल ही गया।
Errand? Is everyone all right down there?
Mostly. We're cleaning up the last few specters.
What about the Zeniths?
Dead, I think. Izo told me you got Eric. Good work.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess only Tilda and Gerard are left then.
Aloy, you there? Listen, I got into the network, but only for a minute before I was shut out. I found a bunch of flight plans and trajectories, as if the Zeniths were planning to leave Earth.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know, but there's more. The files I found had a lot of references to something called Nemesis. Whatever it is, the Zeniths are afraid of it.
Alva? Alva! What's going on here? Maybe I can help you figure it out. She's okay.
कहाँ जाना है?
Almost there. This is it. End of the line. Are you okay? Look, I know you've been through a lot, but you have to help me access the Zenith network. I need to see their files, anything referring to the word Nemesis. Okay. Over there. The systems are down all over the base. I should be able to take advantage of... Yes, Nemesis. Here. There's something in deep space. It's following the Zeniths to Earth. Look. Escape vectors. Alva tried to warn me about this. The Zeniths aren't planning to stay here. It's a machine of some kind. Or a swarm of them. The energy readings are astronomical. Aloy, I don't think a natural disaster destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius. This thing did. Earth isn't a new home for them. It's a way station. They're on the run.
ये कहाँ से है अचानक? अच्छा ये लेके आई इसको.
I see you've been busy.
And you've been lying. Nemesis, what is it?
It is us. The minds of Far Zenith. Or failed copies of them, anyway. Back on Sirius, some of my peers weren't satisfied with physical immortality. They wanted digital transcendence. A way to upload their minds into any form, organic or mechanical. Nemesis was a failed experiment to that effect. Abandoned, but never erased. An immense database of our memories, emotions, and prejudices left to fester.
And it destroyed your colony?
We didn't realize it had gained sentience until it broke containment. It had everything it needed from our memories. Security protocols, system specs, override codes. It hacked everything before we knew what hit us. Then it took over our printing facilities, allowing it to gain any machine form it needed to wipe us out.
But why?
Imagine being trapped alone for decades with only the twisted echoes of megalomaniacs for company. It hates us for abandoning it to that prison. And now that it's free, it will do anything to destroy us, including denying us a safe harbor on Earth.
The extinction signal that woke Hades. You didn't send it. Nemesis did.
Finally, you understand. And when that failed, it launched from Sirius to finish the job itself. Which is why we must flee to a random planet circling a random star, somewhere it can never find us.
With Gaia, so you can build yourself a new world.
That's the plan. Even now. Earth is finished, Aloy. Nemesis will scour it of life to deny its creators a viable home. But Elizabeth's dream won't die. You'll come with me to the stars. And with Gaia, we'll create a new world. Together. Where that monstrosity could never find us.
What? No.
I loved Elizabeth. More than you could ever know. And I let her stay behind to die with the rest of humanity. A mistake I have regretted for 1,000 years. Now she stands before me again. Not some inferior copy, but her best possible self. So I'm not asking. You're coming with me. It may seem harsh now. But you'll forgive me in a few centuries.
You can't force me, Tilda. Your shield is gone.
I have something better. Spectre Prime, to me.
बोला था ना ये कुछ बकचोदी करेगी।
Get to the door!
Submit, Aloy. You can't win.
ये हमारा यूज कर रही थी।
I've heard that before.
उन सबको मार के इसको खुद को ये सब लेना था इसलिए।
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
I better scan that thing first. Get all that armor before I can do some damage.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
ये खुद तो कुछ कर नहीं सकती थी वो सब, इसलिए हमारा यूज किया इसने सबको मारने। ये डाउट तो था इसका कि भाई ये अचानक इसके साइड में कैसे आ गई।
This world is finished. We must leave together.
It's over. Why couldn't you just let me choose?
क्या ना गेम बनाया है, स्टोरी तो एक नंबर है।
She tried to take you.
ये गेम प्ले में इतना मजा नहीं है देखने में, इतना
So
खेलने
you've
में।
known all along.
From Hades, yes. Along with data on how to...
कैरेक्टर डिटेल्स खतरनाक दे रखी है भाई गेम में।
Everything I did to create the rebel army was based on that knowledge.
जो मतलब कैरेक्टर बनाए
This
और
place,
ये
this moment.
ग्राफिक्स की डिटेल दे रखी है।
Couldn't just tell me?
अमेजिंग वर्क।
Now, Aloy, you're the last person to act sensibly in the face of impossible odds. When I learned of Nemesis from Hades, I saw the pieces on the board and how to play them. And in that same moment, I knew it was a game you would never play. That you would interfere and attempt to save the Tenakth. I was correct, to a point. You ruined my plans, but brought your own to fruition. The end result is the same. We're here. And now it's time for me to leave this doomed planet behind. To seize the Odyssey and the Apollo database, and begin a new chapter in my pursuit of knowledge, one with infinite possibilities. You can join me if you so desire. You've more than earned your place. Unlike Tilda, I'm extending a polite invitation.
You're going to just take off? And abandon everything? Stay. Help me fight that thing.
Perhaps Tilda didn't adequately define the threat. Nemesis can't be stopped. It destroyed a highly advanced Zenith colony in a matter of hours. What hope does this primitive tribal Earth have? If you brought Gaia, you wouldn't be abandoning life, you'd be saving a seed for a new world. Just as Elizabeth did. It's the choice she made. The sacrifice of all that is for the hope of what might be. If she were here in your place, she would board that shuttle, Aloy.
Found her.
Is she hurt?
Still on her feet.
Thank the Ten.
Goodbye, Silence.
She looks okay.
She looks victorious.
As always.
Aloy. You did it.
Hey, where's he going?
As far away as anyone can go.
Oh. Are you sure?
You're staying.
For a time. You people are going to need all of the help you can get.
Does anyone else need a drink?
Not if it's that ale of yours.
I'd be fine with a nap.
Excellent idea.
I hope it's really over this time.
एंडिंग तो है ब्रो स्टार्टिंग से लेके एंड तक तो प्यारा गेम
There's
है
another battle ahead, Elizabeth. Very different than the one you fought. It's not about the distant hope of creating a new world. It's about preserving the one we have. My friends have a new mission. To spread the word and ask for help. They've taken it in stride. I think it's because they've always known what I've only just started to understand. That the people of this world have the strength to fight any battle. The ingenuity to solve any problem. Courage to overcome any obstacle. And the resilience to rise after any setback. As for me, I can't say enough, friend. What lies ahead will be harder than anything we've faced before. But I know I can put the fear aside. Because for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm not alone.
जीरो डॉन से काफी अच्छी थी इसलिए स्टोरी गेम प्ले मैकेनिक्स फर्स्ट पार्ट से काफी अच्छा था ओके तो ये कंप्लीट हो गया. Okay, so that's it for today, guys. Thanks for joining. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. See you in the next stream. Till then, khatam, tata, bye bye. Peace out.